through the sand like a thought in disguise. The scarab spins truth where the cosmos collide. Energy whispers, it never says goodbye. The Beatles crawl, the Beatles rise.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
Sort of burst the chaos, yet the chaos rise. My name Beatles, 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 over and over, spinning the world in the grip of their shoulders. Beatles, 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 under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober. The heat fades lower, the order begins. The stillness so perfect, it hums from within. The void sings softly, entropy takes a bow. In the shadow of silence, the scarab knows how. The second law is dancing, feeding life through decay. The third law holds the promise that the stillness will stay. Beatles, 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 under and over, rolling through time till the blackness is sober.
Go to AmericanHealer.website now. Get the tools for health and inspiration the way God intended.
Okay. StreamYard done stepped it up. StreamYard done stepped it up. StreamYard done stepped it up. All right, so we got to pick up where we left off. Talk heavy, Paul. Love the top. What is Tika saying? Tika, are you all right? Oh, so I guess doing this don't make sense if the comment is already like right. Okay. So there's that. Yeah, so that doesn't make any sense. All right, so we just need to get right into cooking. Right into cooking. All right, so what was the last thing? Last thing I was saying, and I mean, I guess some of y'all are in the middle of it. Why is it so dark? Hold up. There we go. Some of y'all are in the middle of it, right? So y'all can't forget. But this weather we got. Let me see see if I could find something because it was crazy. It'd be dope. Like if I could pull up a little vibe. Actually, you know what? Let's grab that down to. Okay, let's get rid of that. And get rid of that. And get rid of that. And that. All right. Boop. All right, I'm doing just practicing a little bit of hygiene on my screen right here. I have too many windows open. I ain't gonna lie, this books are the food, songs are the vitamins is like it's consuming me. I don't know if it could be though the fact that it's wintertime. And I think that I, along with a lot of other people, might be going through like a late stage sad, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm suggesting to everybody, you might need to just do a quick little week of like 5 to 10,000 IUs a day of vitamin D. You might need to do like a little week where you just do 5 to 10,000 IUs a day of vitamin D just to get back to, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, that normal. Was that too much? Was that too much? That's just my normal every day though. But yeah, if you're feeling a little like wimpy, you might need to get your vitamin D level together. Okay, let me see. This is all right. This will work right here. This will work right here. Right, this right here. I think this about covers it right here. This is what it is. Yeah, that's what it is right there. Right. So this is what we're talking about. And it's not just this though, because I want y'all to understand a part of us being dumbed down, right? And you know about it, like because this is primarily a health space, right? Or at least I would like to think so, right? Because this is primarily a health space. When it comes to, like, we've heard the mantra so much that is, you know, it's a part of the mind, it's a part of the modus operandi. Let me put it that way. Right? So we know a large part of holistic ideology is that the mainstream academia likes to treat the body as separate units. And in the holistic space, we view the body as one whole functioning system made up of smaller systems with smaller systems and smaller systems, right? So it's basically a system of emergent properties, right? Well, the problem is we stop right there. And we don't realize that that separation dynamic is happening on many levels, anywhere you look. So that's one of the things that we have to be able to do in order to recognize, in order to develop stronger pattern recognition. We have to recognize patterns. We have to recognize connections. We have to recognize systems, right? So when you see this weather like this is not separate from what's going on in politics right now. This is not separate from what's going on in economics right now. So you're watching people on the internet that are like investment gurus, and they got web, they on their YouTube page, and they telling you on Monday like get gold, get gold, get gold, and then on Tuesday they like, no, what you got to do is shift because you've got to watch the market, and so you've got to shift your gold and put it over here. By the end of the week, they like, listen, what we've got to do now is be multifaceted. So you want to be diverse with your portfolio. So you want to move from stocks and shift into Forex, because what's happening with the dollar is, as the dollar is declining, we want to be able to take advantage of the shift in the current trend. Like, what are you talking about? Like, just every day you telling folks that they need to move their money somewhere else. And only doing that because if you don't do that, the losses that people will sustain will, it'll crack the credibility of the platform. And then you'll go, oh, okay, this person is swimming in instability, just like I'm swimming in instability. But the only difference is this person is pretending that something else is happening when really their stability comes from the views that they're getting, because our lack of understanding of what's going on is, you know what I'm saying? So it's everywhere. It's economics, it's health, it's politics, it's the weather. It's because we don't really get this whole spirituality concept. You get the spirituality concept, you get divisiveness, and you understand unity. Unity is not necessarily just people. Unity is a much larger thing than that. You can use your body as a blueprint. That's why knowledge of self is important. It's not just because knowledge of self is how you get healthy. It's because knowledge of self is knowledge of how the universe works. This is one of the main things that they was trying to communicate in Kemet, right? That the netures work through you. So if the netures are working through you, the fundamental factors that bind them together, that allow them to function through you, is how they're binded together, functioning through the rest of the world. So the as above, so below thing is for you to be able to not have so much anxiety. That's what as above, so below is for. It's for you to get into your mind, like, I don't have to learn the mechanics of the entire world. If I just learn how this works, if I just learn how this works right here, this is going to tell me how the rest of this works. Right? So, at least that's the general idea. Right? At least that's the general idea. Okay. Okay. Man, that's what it is. Listen, this one right here might be something like something. You know what I'm saying? We might who knows? We might be on today for a few lils. You know what I mean? We might be on here today for a minute or two. Yeah, we might be on here today for a minute or two. So we had so this is where we at, right? Let's come off of this for a second. We had a solar radiation storm, so let's pull that up for the family. Solar radiation storm. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Okay. And once again, we back over here. We at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration Space Weather Prediction Center. Okay, so when you get the books, just know that we always are official with it. Right? So here's our chart. Right? You go from S1 to S5. This January, we had this S4. Right? This is what we had. So months ago, this is what they predicted. That unavoidable radiation hazard to astronauts on EVA, passengers and crew in high-flying aircrafts at high altitude may be exposed to radiation. I wonder how many people are aware of that. I haven't heard of any flights necessarily. Anyway, satellite operations may experience memory device problems and noise on imaging systems. Star tracker problems may cause orientation problems, and solar panel efficiency can be degraded. Other systems, blackout of HF radio communications through the polar regions and increased navigation errors over several days are likely. Interesting. So that is your radio waves. All right, and we see the frequency there. One cycle is 11 years. Right? And we typically, I guess, getting 3 of these per cycle. And so here's where we need to be aware of what's going on, because this is what's changing. This is what's changing. This is very important to know over here, because this is what's changing. So whereas we would normally expect 3 of these per decade, now we're getting, the last couple of years, it seemed like we've been getting 2 or 3 of these a year. So this is changing, this frequency number. But it takes, it takes a while for agencies to update these types of numbers. Right? All right, so we have that. We talked about that. What else did we talk about yesterday? Where did we leave off? Because we had and then we had the solar flare. Okay, so hold on. Okay, then we had the solar flare situation. Maybe we'll go back. Is it here too? I didn't know it was also here. So this is geomagnetic. This is solar radiation. We just looked at that as radio blackouts. Okay. Nope. Let's see what NASA. Okay. Okay. So NASA's is a little more complicated, but we'll read through it. Solar flares happen when magnetic fields in and around the sun reconnect. They're usually associated with active regions, often seen as sunspots, where the magnetic fields are the strongest. Okay, so that's the black spots is where it's the most strongest magnetic activity. Interesting. Flares are classified according to their strength. The smallest ones are B class, followed by C, M, and X. The largest, right? Similar to the Richter scale for earthquakes, each letter represents a 10-fold increase in energy output. So X is 10 times M, M is 10 times or 100 times C, etc., etc. Right? So you get it. So here's the thing. Here's the thing what makes 2026 and Winter Storm Fern interesting is because we had an S4 at the same time as we had an X level solar radiation. So we had the maximum solar flare activity from the sun at the same time as we had almost the maximum level of a radiation storm. Right? So that's kind of where we left off yesterday. I don't know how much, well, not yesterday. I'm thinking of Kemedicine. Everybody go to the Kemet. Now we have a Kemedicine YouTube page. Finally. Now Kemedicine episodes are on YouTube. So go to Kemedicine and subscribe over there, just in case you don't check out the shows live on Tuesday nights. Now you can see the shows on YouTube. You don't have to go to Kick or Twitter. It's not fully updated yet. They just start creating a page, so it's kind of behind a little bit. But I think the first 15 or 20 episodes are up and available. Kev said, I've been doing research on the relationship between weather and melanocytes. Listen, talk heavy. We got the books. Where they at? I just seen them. Here they go right here. Yeah. We already done started to going down that road. In these two books right here. In these two books right here, we already began going down that road, right? With Atum, the primordial wave, or the primordial mound, and then Yahweh is I-10. We did some heavy. People may underestimate those titles. We did some heavy work in those books. That who knows? Maybe we'll get some time. Maybe we'll get some time to, you know what I'm saying, go into those books. But this right here is picking up where we, laid the foundation in those books. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of your biochemistry is regulated by the weather. A lot of that. And so some of that you'll see in the next book, right? Some of that you'll see in the next book. It just wasn't enough room in this book, because you'll see this book here is going to take us into some pockets, and you're going to be like, okay, yeah, it wasn't enough room in this book. It wasn't enough room in this book. This book, 460 pages, maybe more than that. I think it's closer to 500 pages. Yeah, maybe 480 or something like that, because it doesn't count the first, like the preface and the intro and all that stuff. So it might be closer to 480 pages or something like that. And I didn't put any, I didn't put the prayers in the back. I didn't put the herbs or anything in the back. It's just, right? Because I was, it really caught me off guard. And so I, obviously, people are interested, because it's the first book that we've had over 100 books that has been #1 in any type of Kemetic or Egyptian category. And thank God though. Thank God, just being blessed with the information, but nobody ever put out a Kemetic Meteorology book before. And it's crazy because I don't think anybody has approached Yahweh, right, or the God of the Bible from that perspective. It's a little odd though. It's odd that it hasn't been done in terms of Kemet before, because that's the main gods in Kemet are the weather, the atmosphere. Like that's literally the whole story, is the anthropomorphization of nature. The sun, the moon, right? Can't leave out Judy and, so the sun, the moon, the stars, the water, the atmosphere, the earth. That's the whole program. Next book is Tuesday. Nah, the next book should be out way before Tuesday. The next book I've been struggling with, and not necessarily struggling with, it's just I was struggling with this book. You know what I'm saying? I was struggling with this book. So, but it should be out. It should be out before Tuesday. Yeah, it's just so many different facets attached to what I'm trying to communicate. You know what I'm saying? Some tough. It's tough. It's tough. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to let the cat out of the bag ahead of time. Shout out to you, Tyrell. I appreciate the love. I appreciate the love. Love is always good. Love is always good. All right, so we got where we left off, right? We had the combination of an S4 and an X-class solar flare, right? Now, those two things obviously bombarded the magnetosphere at the same time, right? Now, bombarding the magnetosphere is obviously going to do what? It's going to change the jet streams. It's going to change. It's going to flood. Let's think of it that way. It's going to flood the jet streams. It's going to flood the atmospheric rivers, right? And when it floods the jet streams and it floods the atmospheric rivers, all of that energy is going to have to drop somewhere. It's going to have to drop somewhere. So that's how we get 3-4 inches of ice in the South. Right next to state. One state got 3 inches of ice. The next state is 90 degrees. Then in Michigan, we had a little touch. We had a touch of -27 degrees. It was -27, or like, I think it might have touched -30, right? Because they'll list the temperature outside, and the temperature outside was like -15 or -20, something like that. And then when you add the wind chill to it, the moisture in the air, it was like -30, right? And just as I began to cuss at the TV, I looked at Chicago, and Chicago was like -40. I was like, we good. Appreciate what you got. Appreciate what you got. It could be worse, right? But yeah, so all of the things going on, the Epstein stuff, the stuff in Minneapolis, just all of those things happen typically in these types of seasons. You know what I'm saying? So all right, so and then we had that. I forgot about that. Okay, so we had a polar vortex storm. That's another thing we had. Yeah, all that back to back to back. We had a polar vortex storm. All of those things happen consecutively, one day after the next. Right? And let's just look at this real quick. Can you see that? Oh, here we go. Right? So we had that all happen back to back to back. We had the solar flares on January 18th. Then we had the solar radiation on January 19th. And then we had the polar vortex storm on the 20th. Now, obviously, the polar vortex storm is caused by what's happening on the 19th and 18th, right? So each thing is hitting one to the next to the next. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Michigan is a different place. Michigan is a different place. Yeah, it was -30 Fahrenheit out here. It was crazy. And then I'm talking to my daughter on the phone. I'm talking to Amber, the ever so famous, right? She complaining. It's freezing down here, Dad, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, what are you talking about? Chase is in the back. He getting tight. He like, yo, is she trolling or what? I'm like, what temperature is it? It's like 30 degrees down here. I'm like, we about to hang up on you. We about to hang up on you. Yeah, we about to hang up on you. Remember, Osborne was in his shorts and his tank top. When it was -20 degrees here, Osborne was in 80 degrees in Florida. All right. So let's get to this though. We talked about obviously Ray, the bark. We talked about Apophis. Oh, you know what we didn't talk about? We didn't mention Min. We didn't mention Min, right? So that's the other solar aspect, right? So we went through a few of them, right? We talked about obviously the main crew, right? We mentioned Heru, but we left out Min, right? So all of these aspects were covered in the Kemetic Meteorology system, right? You had Kepra, you had Atum, you had Aten, you had Ra/Ray, same. Then you had Heru, which was a terrestrial manifestation, right? Which is why Heru is the root of day, hour, horizon, and all of that kind of stuff. That's where you get that from. Even phosphorus, right? Heru is there, right? Horus, You got your hour, your horizon, phosphorus, all of those things, because Heru or Horus is the terrestrial manifestation of the sun, right? And how cold? Ice cold. Let me see if I done erased this thing and went past it. Oh man, I did erase it. Damn, I erased it. What was I thinking? What was I thinking? Damn, why I erased that thing? Let me see if I can find it again. Man. Man. Okay, hold up, cause let me see if I can find it. There was a video. It's a short video. Hey, oh man, that I had this video up, and then something happened. And it's a short, so I can't necessarily just go like to my history and find it on my history. Let me see something. Bam. I think this is it. Okay, hold up. Let's get right to this. Let's go on to this. Let me see this here. Because this really, like, I want y'all to understand what I've been saying about the sun and about Horus. Because this is what I mean by the ancestors was talking about a second sun. Not like a flat earther would say, like there's a ball, like we got the sun out in space, and then we got a separate little miniature ball that's like hiding in the clouds somewhere where nobody could find it, but it's there. Like, no, not like a second sun like that. This right here, this man demonstrates this principle so beautifully. I I'm trying to check this out.
Gain amplifier. One of the most intriguing discoveries in modern science is the fact that there is nothing in this world that even approaches what might be called truly solid. If we bring a piece of steel close to a magnet, we say that the steel becomes magnetized. But what is it that actually happens? We place the steel inside a coil of wire connected to a high-gain amplifier, and then bring the magnet close to the bar of steel, we can hear something that suggests movement inside the steel. Listen. We think of a piece of steel as being solid, and according to our definition, it is a solid. But the popular concept of what makes a solid is certainly a false one. This piece of steel, and any so-called solid substance on this earth, is almost entirely empty space. If we could eliminate the empty space in this piece of steel, all that would remain would be a tiny bit of matter, so small as to be invisible even with a high-power microscope. This concept of almost unlimited empty space within matter is comparatively new, but it is the very cornerstone of our knowledge in this atomic age. Atoms are not solid. Instead, they are tiny solar systems composed of infinitely small particles revolving at tremendous speeds and bound together by enormous forces. And like our solar system, atoms are almost entirely empty space. Let's see. Here are two pieces of steel. Their appearance is quite similar, but a magnet will reveal a basic internal difference between the two pieces. This one, of course, is picked up, but this one is unaffected. This piece of steel is non-magnetic, stainless steel. Of course, we all know that other metals, such as brass or aluminum, are not affected by the magnet. Here is another example. Several thousand watts of power were involved in that spark. If we replace the spark gap with a copper coil, the same power now flows through the coil. It's invisible, has no effect on many substances, but it can generate a lot of heat. Wood, paper, things that we think of as being quite inflammable are not affected at all. However, a piece of steel wool bursts into flame instantly. Did you ever fry an egg on a coal stove? It's no trick at all if you have the right equipment. This is a cold hot plate, and because it's cold, you can make it out of wood if you like. Just be sure that there's a coil of wire inside and that you connect that coil to a high voltage alternating current source. The rest is easy. As long as we're being different, we'll use motor oil instead of Crisco. The egg fries very quickly, but the stove remains perfectly cold. In fact, if you wish, just to keep it handy, you can fry your egg on the morning newspaper. With a gadget like this, you can get up in the morning, sit on the stove, read the morning newspaper, and fry the eggs in your lap. Another example of the fact that physical forces can be quite selective in their effect. One of the most intriguing discoveries in modern being different, will you?
So this is my point here with the sun, and this is kind of where the confusion comes in with different aspects of the sun. The terrestrial manifestation of the sun has everything to do with our magnetosphere. This is why it's cold. In between the sun and the earth is cold, but the sun supplies heat to the earth. it's not necessarily that the sun is supplying heat to the earth. The sun's radiation, the traveling waves, are being converted into heat by our magnetosphere. The same way you see the voltage is going through the copper wire live inside the wood. The wood is unaffected. The wood's not generating any heat. But the electricity going from the copper, because the copper is a field, the electricity is literally a field surrounding the wire, right? And the pan is made out of a material that can interact with that field. The wood is not. So the wood is cold. But once it gets into that magnetic material or paramagnetic material, then you see the eggs start cooking immediately. That's how we have a nice, warm, hot, sunny day from the sun, even though the sun is a zillion miles away and everything in between Earth and the sun is cold, right? Because it's a magnetic and electric reaction that's generating the heat. So anyway, my point is saying that, shout out to hard one in the building. So my point in saying that, though, anyway, is we forgot about men yesterday, right? So the aspect of the sun that men represents is the solar flare, right? That's why he's always shown with the, in ejaculatory, right? He's either shown ejaculating or with an erection, which is post or pre-ejaculation, right? Because that's men, right? So when the sun releases, that's the aspect of the sun that men represents. So you had every aspect of the sun represented. Now we have various sciences, heliology and this, that, and the other. Then you just had a different deity that represented a different aspect. And to worship was to learn about. So when you were studying Kepra, you were learning about one aspect. When you were studying, you were learning about one aspect. When you were studying, you were learning one aspect. And so I don't know, sometimes I go from looking at Akhenaten as a genius or as, a bum in some instances. It just depends on which day you catch me, because what he did could be seen from both perspectives, right? Because for him, he just shrank it all down into one and said, no, this is just one. It's just one thing. It's just one thing. And I think it's more difficult to learn that way, which is genius because he may have saw it simple for himself. But being able to break things down and make things a lot simpler for the people to understand, that's more of a teacher stance. That's more of a fatherly stance. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes something very complex can come really easy to you. And because it comes really easy to you, you will in turn and make the mistake and think that understanding should or does come easy for everybody else. Or because people don't get it right away, that maybe they're not interested or they're not trying or whatever the case may be. No, it's just difficult for them. It's just difficult for them. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So sometimes I look at Akhenaten from different perspectives. You know what I mean? But I like one hard one. Yo, hard. It's time for us to go live tonight. Let me text hard one. He in the chat. Starting shit up in the chat. We might need to do a live later on. We ain't doing live in a minute. See if we can get Hard One on tonight. Did enough people subscribe to his page? We got to get some more people subscribed on his page. Last I checked, we was over 30 something. I think we only needed like 15 more people. But either way, we might need to go live tonight so we can get the rest of the people up there. Check your phone, champ. Check your phone, champ. All right, so now let's go on to Neath. Right? Let's go on to Neath. And in this section is where we kind of get into, we're going to get into the magnetosphere a little bit more. I hope I saved those things yesterday because I had them in my files, but okay, there you go right there. I didn't move them. Okay, Hard One didn't answer me yet. He must be at work. Yeah, Osborne is trolling. Ooh, my baby said she got the job. Uh-oh. That's crazy. Okay. All right, so Har said he on the grind. We'll see him Friday or Saturday. All right, that works. It's probably gonna have to be Friday or either late Saturday. I gotta figure out my new parenting thing. It's whooping me a little bit because my babies is like grouped together, so they all getting into this. Like my 10-year-olds is like they on the other side of 10 now. You know what I'm saying? So they getting into their preteen. We seniors, Dad. Like, hold on. Seniors in elementary school. Yo, oh my God. I'm like, yo, seniors in elementary school is not like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, what is happening? You know what I'm saying? They done went to a party week before last, they went to a party. They had like little fake dates in there. Now they want to go to another party on Saturday. So I'm gonna be anxietied up. And then Chase talking about he got another date. So he supposed to have a date on Saturday. They supposed to have a party on Saturday. I'm gonna be here with the big twins. Crazy. You know what I'm saying? I like babies. Babies is good. You know what I'm saying? From 0 to 9, babies is good. Once they start getting big, it get crazy, bro. Babies is good. They smell good. You know what I'm saying? Big kids stink. Yeah. Oh my God. Babies smell good. Big kids smell crazy. Yeah. Be having to get them some deodorant. Like, oh, hey. Did we take showers? Of course we took a shower. I know, but you know, you got hair under your arm, so you got to put a little. Okay, well, let's try some different deodorants so we can find the one that's right for you. Yeah, you leave it to me. I'm getting the one on sale. Man, it's wild out in these streets. All right, so Neath, right? Man, do I want to erase anything off this board? I don't think so. Maybe we just do that. Right? So Neath, right? And this becomes important. Right? This becomes important because Neath is also associated with arrows. Neath is also associated with arrows. And then we also have holding cosmic structure in place. Right? So we have Neath associated with arrows and holding cosmic structure in place. These are things that today we know, for at least from an Earth perspective, the magnetosphere does that, right? Which is one of the reasons I try to communicate this idea of terrestrial sun, or the manifestation of the sun here inside our little bubble, where you don't get to see it, right? Space is dark and cold. In between the sun and Earth is dark and cold. But the material that Earth is made out of, right, which is the iron core, and then our semi magnetic bubble, our transparent magnetic bubble that we're sitting in, allows that energy that we cannot see. We can't see it, we can't touch it, so it's nothing, technically. It allows this nothing to turn into something. So it's almost like Earth is like a greenhouse, right? Because the greenhouse kind of mimics that ability to where it'll enhance the sun and allow plants to grow in a space that would normally be too cold or not get enough sunlight. The greenhouse, especially depending on the type of glass, right? Because a greenhouse can get crazy depending on the type of glass, because you can use, you know, plain glass. You can even use cheap plastics to create a basic greenhouse. But then you can go all the way up and start to use like almost like lens type of glass in your greenhouse that can magnify the light, right? Magnify the light and magnify the heat, right? So Earth kind of does that. The magnetosphere does that for us. Right? But this is an Earth-centric perspective. That's the thing. Sometimes when we think universe, we go super crazy with it, right? And we forget that we are at the center of these stories. We are at the center of these stories, which is the reason why Osiris, Asar, Wusia, right, is so important, because he's the focal point of all these interactions as the first blueprint of what man is, right? and then Isis, and obviously Heru, right? The family unit, that divinity is where the whole focal point of where all the netures, all of the forces combine to function through us, right? Which is kind of that confused communication in the Bible where Jesus says, yes, you are gods too. Like we're all gods, right? Now, this is a very, very important part of this book, right? This is a very important part of this book. Man, I might have to erase some stuff, and I did not want to. I was kind of like building this board up. Yeah, I was kind of like building this board up. But we're gonna just throw it right here. I'm just making sure y'all can see this. Yeah. That's a big letter B, an uppercase B, right? Just in case. Yeah. Camera right there. My screen is over here though, so I'm trying to make sure, even though I'm putting it at the bottom, y'all can still see it. Because this is a very important term. Everything comes from this. Everything comes from this term right here. Well, I ain't gonna say everything, but this is the hidden phrase that's hiding in the back of our religion, our religious ritual. This is where science is hiding at right here. This is magnetic iron. This is magnetic iron right here. And this is important. This is magnetic iron right here. Right? And this is your ah sound. So this is ba. Right? So this is important right here. This is a very important phrase. Because if you let some people tell you the story, they had no idea about what a magnet was in Kemet. They had no idea what a magnet was, right? Even though they harnessed bioelectricity from the Nile as a medical treatment. You have to know what the material is in order to be able to harness electricity. You can't just harness electricity, especially applying it to other people. You'll kill somebody. You'll kill somebody trying to just apply electricity randomly to people, right? And you're not just grabbing fish out of the river and putting it on a person's body so that the fish could electrocute them. And like, that's not how that goes, right? It takes time, you know, and that's, again, that's the gulf that we have to cross from Eurocentric thinking to Kemetic thinking. In Kemet, if you knew something, you demonstrated you knew it by utility, by performing, by building. You didn't necessarily write up a long, complicated formula or theory of it, because a theory still could be incorrect. Theory does not demonstrate knowledge. Theory demonstrates awareness, but not necessarily knowledge, right? Meaning, I can be aware of something. Like, I'm aware that, you know, you use pipes to run the water into the sink, but I don't have knowledge of that. Like, I can't build, I'm not a plumber. I don't know how to build or fix the pipes and all that. You know what I'm saying? I'm aware, though. I know, yeah, you look under the sink. This is some water down there. You got a leak. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm aware of the basic principles. So I could dream up an idea and write some stuff down, but I don't know if what I wrote down would actually allow somebody to create a piping system until, we get down there and we try it. And through trial and error, we perfect it. So in Kemet, what they did was they just showed you the perfected thing, boop, boop, bop, 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 and stepped away from it. Now you look at the perfected thing and you automatically supposed to know everything associated with building this thing, creating this thing, or doing this thing. We obviously went through all that because we here, started from the bottom, now we here, right? So just by showing you the pyramid, or just by showing you we harnessed bioelectricity as a medical treatment, you're supposed to know that we obviously went through all the stages to build the level of understanding where we could harness it to some degree. Maybe not to where we at today, but definitely at a bare minimum to where we could utilize it safely for treatments, right? Now, this is known as the divine stone, right? This is very important because this divine stone is later on where we get the idea of magnets, right? This is later on where we get the idea of a magnet, right? We don't get magnets. We don't get magnets from iron, like on the periodic table, right? We get magnets from magnetite and from lodestone, right? Magnetite and lodestone. So technically, rocks gives us the foundation of life, right? Even though we sleep on rocks, but rocks is where it all comes from, which is a whole nother aspect of being a stone builder, right? A stone builder. So that's another aspect of building pyramids, is demonstrating that you have a deeper knowledge of stone, right? And stones give us all of our everything today. All of our amazingness comes from stones. All of our amazingness comes from rocks, right? So that's one of the best kept secrets of masonry. I'm telling you, is it all comes from rocks, right? So if you look at your laptops and all that, we get nothing without rocks. On one side, you have crystals, right? Like quartz. On the other side, you have rocks that give us copper, right? To run the electricity, right? Iron and certain isotopes of iron that give us magnetism for memory, right? And then glass and all of these different things start out as rocks. And so the science of metallurgy, taken to a very, very advanced space, is where we get to then, turn these rough ashlars into the polished stones that give us our technology, right? And then on a biology level, right? Remember, your bone is a rock. Your bone is a type of rock, right? And from your bone comes all of your stem cells, your blood cells, your immune cells, T cells, B cells, immunoglobulins, all of those things that keeps you alive. Every second, millions and millions and millions of cells are coming out of the living rocks that are your bones, right? So understanding the stone is a whole universe of science in and unto itself that, you know, at some point our ancestors held in a very high regard because of what they meant to biology, you know, technology, no matter how rough or rudimentary or how advanced, right? It's still rocks, right? We still playing with rocks, right? All right, so this is how we learn from the ancestors that the spirit is magnetic. The term for iron, divine stone, right? The 18th dynasty is where we get a lot of these key discoveries, or where a lot of things are made plain, right? Before the 18th dynasty, that's why I said, you know, you can look at what Akhenaten did as genius, or, you know, my perspective switches, depends on what I'm talking about and what mood I'm in, right? But the 18th dynasty is where a lot of things that were kept secret and hidden, and priesthood, you know, like you had to be initiated to know, a lot of things came out. So it wasn't just a matter of everybody being upset with him because he was saying, we're no longer worshiping all of the gods, it's just Aten. No, when you understand you're talking about universal forces and these things were held in a certain esteem, what he's doing is also saying, here, give this to the people, huh? Nah, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that closed temple, secret squirrel, like nobody know about this and that. And you're like, huh? Here, everybody, huh? This is what it is. Here's the science. Here's the secrets. Here's all the secrets. It's out. Here's the secrets. Come on. This is what my God is thinking that we need. Everybody need to know all this. We all need to know all this. Come on. So a lot of things that was in pride. Now, some things obviously still stayed, you know, within the priesthood, but there are a lot of things that were just made more plain to the public, right? And not that because they were publicly available, the entire public knew them. It's not because things are publicly available that the entire public knows them. Think about it. We have more than 100 books out there. The entire public doesn't know what we're talking about. Just because things are made public does not mean that the public takes advantage of the things that are available to them, right? In fact, usually because things are available, we overlook them and we don't understand the value, right? So at the same time as, you know, we're getting monotheism, or a version, a type of monotheism, because he didn't fully cut off all of the gods anyway. But as we get this, we get Atenism, a lot of things are released. So, you know, when you look back, the 18th dynasty, you're always going to have, you know, certain discoveries, so to speak. You know, like even on the back of the dollar with the olive branches. The olive branches, you know, it's before it's in the Bible, it's in Akhenaten's hand for Aten. Right? So that's the origin of the olives on the back of the dollar, is Akhenaten, 18th dynasty. That's a fact. And the way you do that, is by grabbing. The way you do that is by grabbing what they're using to kind of like hold over the public's head and just give that out. kind of like how Kanye made that song because he was being blackmailed about what he did to his little cousin when he was a kid. And he just was like, you know what? I'm going to put the information out there. So I don't know how the world going to look at me, but I know y'all won't be able to blackmail me with this information no more because I'm going to release it. You know what I'm saying? That might have been too much early in the morning. It had been too much early in the morning. But anyway, so it's important though, because we wouldn't have the understanding of the traveling wave, right? And the ability of that traveling wave, right? Not only to manifest on the earth, right? And give us heat and light and the things that generate life and photosynthesis and all that, but also that traveling wave manifests in your heart. So it's two stages, right? It's not only does that traveling wave or series of traveling waves come from the sun manifest here terrestrially, right, to give the entire planet life, but also here to personally give you a temporary experience, right? So again, I think this is like the second or third chapter in the book. So you have to get the book. Let me make sure people know what we're talking about. This is the book that we are in. Make sure if you don't have the book, you go get the book, especially so you can help us stay number one in the Kemetic category on Amazon. Yeah. Help us stay number one. Help us stay number one in the Kemetic category on Amazon. Yeah, help us stay number one. Make sure y'all go get that. Oh yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. Even going through the read on the like the introduction on Amazon, you know, it's still a lot that's in the book that you wouldn't necessarily get from here because it's a limited. You only get a certain amount of characters to try to give people a description of what's in the book. So sometimes I put a little or nothing, and then sometimes I use, you know, I max out my characters, but I never really get to fully communicate what's in the book. You know what I'm saying? So it's always going to be some. It's always going to be some work, right? Some working, right? So anyway, when we get into the Kemetic science, right? The text, you have something referred to as the fish traps of Re, right? And the fish traps of Re is where you also get the tradition in Christianity. You also get the tradition in Christianity of associating Jesus with the fish, right? So a lot of times they will trace that back to Sumer and Enki, and they will leave out Kemet. You know, a lot of times they like to do that, right? They like to skip over Kemet and go, oh yeah, Mesopotamia or in Sumer. And, you know, so sometimes you got to hit the brakes. Just stop and smell the roses. Like, wait a minute. We got to make sure we highlight, you know, there is a such thing as fish traps ray. And I forgot which book it was that we talked about. The souls were associated. The souls were associated with fish. And you had the ability to be deified and become a star. That is all a part of the Kemetic science of life, right? So you have people that achieved it, which serve as a good example, that came from the hood. You know what I'm saying? Came from the hood, came out the slums. At least I like the reference in that way because it's motivation for me. But that's Imhotep's story. Back in that time period, they didn't have a concept. Well, I'm sure they had a concept of hood and slums. It just wasn't called those things. Those are our modern nomenclature. But back then, I'm sure they had the neighborhood where, you know, you might get robbed for your copper and silver at. You know what I'm saying? And that's where Imhotep is from. Imhotep is from, you know, poverty. And through his study, right, he got into masonry and he got into healing, and through his works and his proficiency in his studies, you know, he became a demigod, you know, and eventually just, you know, achieve godhood. So Imhotep is looked at not necessarily like a god. You know, he's not necessarily Atum or Osiris, but he, you know what I'm saying? He up there. You know what I'm saying? He's up there, right? And so do I set the price for the books? Kinda. I kind of set the price for the books, right? It depends on how big the book is and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it depends on how big the book is and all that kind of stuff. So there's a minimum price. And then from the minimum price, I've learned over time with Amazon that depending on the subject matter in the book, there's a price scale that your book should be in, because they don't want you to release a book to kind of like undercut whatever the books is in that category. And they don't want you to release a book that's too overpriced for the books in that category. So when you release a book, you need to know what the category of books that's at least remotely similar to what you're doing is, and then you need to price it within that range somewhere. So I usually try to stay closer to the bottom of the price range for the books. But typically the price range for my books should be usually between like $80 and $400. You know what I'm saying? That's where the price range usually is for these types of books, between $80 and $400, because they're considered, you know, college or, you know, post-grad type of study. Even though we just be, you know, so I try to keep them, you know, like at the closest to respectable range as possible. You know what I'm saying? While at the same time, I'm trying to keep it as affordable as possible for as long as possible. right? So you have the fish traps array, right? The fish traps array describe the functional boundary, right? They represent the structures that capture, deflect, and filter and regulate excess forces before those forces come into the world, right? Not only the forces coming into the world, forces leaving the world. So it is a transition space, right? Forces coming in, forces going out, right? We don't think about that, but Earth is leaky. Forces are coming in, forces are going out. Water is coming in, water is going out. Energy's coming in, energy's going out, right? So this is our magnetosphere, right? We have a huge, invisible to the naked eye, electromagnetic enclosure generated by the Earth's core and shaped by the sun's output. Now, if you think about that, again, it's going to give you Garden of Eden vibes, right? Because the Earth has 4 atmospheric rivers, and it is a perfect enclosure. Four atmospheric rivers and our little perfect bubble of an enclosure where, depending on where we live at, the food is grown for us, right? The food is grown for us, right? We think, because we are local and we haven't really moved around a lot, right? A lot of us anyway, that, you know, the Bible said in the Garden of Eden, the food was grown for them. And when they left the garden, they got to fight and, you know, fuss and do their own. No. You don't have to farm natural foods. Agriculture of natural foods is different than agriculture of, quote unquote, like hybridized foods, right? Hybridized foods, and that just, you know what, that's a bad term. Let me not say hybridized foods. I don't know. There's not a word to really cover it, right? But some foods are not hybridized, right? They're just grown out of their native environment and also grown out of season, right? Because we need to eat. A lot of people need to eat year round, right? So food is grown out of its natural place, right? Because once we like a food, we want to just keep it growing all the time. And foods don't grow like that, right? You get certain foods grow in certain places at certain times of the year. Now, people all over the place have a taste for those things year round. So we want watermelons no matter what time of the year it is. So, you know, initially you have certain places trying to cultivate certain items and export it to the rest of wherever till you get more advanced, you know, depending on how you look at it, science, and then you start growing those things in other places that normally wouldn't be able to grow in, right? So farmed foods are different. Farm foods are still not exactly natural. Even if they're unadulterated, they might be unnatural because the soil they're grown in does not naturally support those plants, or the seasons they're being grown in don't naturally support those plants, right? So it's not always just like hybrid. And then Dr. Sebi done messed up the word hybrid so much that, you know what I mean? Yeah, I think we missed one. We're a little late. It's all right.
In the Lord, no, I know in my, oh.
give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set our cells into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for your ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life. We give thanks that sugar has not covered our ferry and turn them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turn them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter, turning our heart to stone. We give thanks for smooth sailing upstream through the valley of death, through the superior vena cava into the right atrium. We give thanks for smooth sailing around the heart through the corona crown, joining the vortex in the right atrium. Yeah. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh-Hakodashim. We give thanks for the mechanic predictors when the mouth of the Kodesh-Hakodashim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway to the vineyard. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate to the vineyard closes. We give thanks to the Most High God that provides the light in our breath and the light in our breath. We give thanks for the Fendo factory system that makes our grapes ripe with light. We give thanks for the jet pillar that provides us with a stable fleet of ferry boats to dock in our vineyard. We give thanks for smooth sailing through the pulmonary vein into the storm of the left atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh-Hakodashim. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh-Hakodashim closes. We give thanks to the ray wave reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opens a pathway into the holy royal arch of the Waceptra. Give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. Amen.
Okay. Get your blood flowing, right? Get your blood flowing. All right. So the magnetosphere. All right, we're going to talk about this a little bit. The magnetosphere is a vast electromagnetic enclosure generated by the Earth's core and shaped by the sun's output. It intercepts solar wind, charged particles, and plasma ejections that would otherwise destroy the atmosphere. Right? That's important. Not only strip the atmosphere, but disrupt electrical systems and basically turn our planet into Mars, right? Or the moon. It does not stop energy entirely. It captures, redirects, slows down, and distributes it, right? So it's almost like the magnetosphere, in a sense, breastfeeds the planet, right? It's the same thing a mother does. A mother eats a whole bunch of stuff, She drinks a whole bunch of stuff. And then through her metabolism and digestive system, the body's going to break those things down. And then she's going to be able to give to the baby like that. Right? She's going to be able to parcel it out to the baby. Right? That's what the magnetosphere does. Magnetosphere grabs a hold of that solar nutrition and it metabolizes it and digests it and breaks it down. And what we get is our weather. What we get is our weather. That's what we get, our weather pattern, right? We get the pattern in the water, right? We get, we get our algae in the ocean. We get our rain, our sleet, our snow, and we get our magnetic activity, right? We get our magnetic activity. How many people has been paying attention to that? Right? Because it's not just, again, it's not just the weather. It's economics, it's politics. It's everything going on at one time. Okay, let's see. I don't know if y'all are hip. But all over the world, we got this going on.
Here's something most drivers don't know.
All over the world, we got this going on to the point where you got pages like this that's live, right? You got a bunch of these popping up. Live pages 24/7 where they're monitoring multiple volcanoes at one time, because in the last month or so, in the last 2 months, we've had volcanic eruptions all over the world going on all at the same time. Right? This was 2 days ago. This was 2 days ago. Right? This was 2 days ago. Man, that explosion knocked us off the yeah, that explosion knocked us off the live stream for a second. Right? Now that was a couple days ago. This one is right here in the Philippines. This is going on right now. Imagine living in a place right like this, where you right there, and when you come out the crib, right? You come out the crib and you look up and you see that. You know what I mean? Like down the way. Yeah. Imagine coming out the crib and you look up and you see this down the block. Come on, man. This is crazy. But this is going on in the Philippines right now. Let me see. Okay, this is Hawaii. I saw this when it was really on and popping. It's cooling off a little bit now. But man, this was crazy. Like last week, this was nuts. Last week, this was crazy. Is this it right here? Let me see. Did it show it? No, this ain't a good. This ain't a good picture of it. I mean, I guess it's hard to get good pictures of a volcanic explosion, though. But oh, this is years ago anyway, so this don't count. But within the last 2 months, it's been going crazy. Like this is live right now because it was just going. It was just going. Like, so again, all of this is your weather. All of this is weather. So it's not, when you get the weather, it's not just as simple as, is it going to be raining outside? Should I wear my boots or not? You know what I'm saying? The weather is how people interface, which is where you get all the way down at the bottom, you get the horoscope, right? Which also comes from the same root of our horizon. All of that comes from Horus, right? But the horoscope is kind of gobbledygook. I know some people's into horoscopes, but it's kind of gobbledygook. You know what I'm saying? But there is a real aspect of it, right? And we kind of touched on it at the beginning of the show because the solar weather, right? Specifically, let me see. Let me go in this book and see if I can find something real quick. If I can't find it real quick, then I will skip it. Ooh. Ooh, we might have to pull this out. Yeah, we might have to pull this out. This is crazy. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Is this it? Let's put it this way. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, I see the sun's corona. Okay, wait a minute. I think we found something. I don't know if this is exactly what I was looking for, but on page 51, this is the Yahweh is our 10 book. On page 51, we go into the human heart shows significant synchronization and responsiveness to solar and geomagnetic activity. particularly through variations in heart rate variability and autonomic nervous system rhythms, right? So this is the science behind the gobbledygook where you would get horoscopes, because the solar activity and the Earth's activity, the Earth's magnetic activity, absolutely influence people's behavior through your nervous system and through your heart, right? It changes and it impacts each person individually. It impacts each person individually because we all have different genetics, nutrient deficiencies, muscle tone, this, that, brain development, blah, 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 blah. So the pathways for the geomagnetic activity and the solar activity to affect the human body is the same for every person. But because every person's body, every person's brain and heart and nervous system and circulatory system is different, and not only is it different, it's in different condition, those things impact each person differently, right? But there is some underlying truth to the fact that the sun and the earth impact you, right? And then where you're born and when you're born also compound that impact, right? Heart rate variability, blah, 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 blah. Studies reveal correlations between changes in solar and geomagnetic factors such as solar radial flux, cosmic rays, solar wind, and geomagnetic disturbances and alterations in heart rate variability and heart rate, indicating the heart's autonomic functions adapt to solar and geomagnetic influences. The ANS rhythms synchronize with geomagnetic field line resonances and Schumann resonances, which are themselves affected by solar activity. Real-time coherence between heart rate variability and Schumann resonances has been observed, suggesting that the heart's rhythm can entrain with electromagnetic frequencies linked to solar and geomagnetic phenomena. The heart's magnetic field frequency can intermittently synchronize with geomagnetic field oscillations, further supporting the idea of a bioelectromagnetic connection between the heart and solar-driven magnetic field. Increases in solar wind speed have been correlated with heart rate increases, interpreted as a physiological stress response, highlighting the direct influence of solar phenomena on cardiac function. Solar radial flux and cosmic rays are associated with increases in parasympathetic activity and overall heart rate variability, indicating a nuanced and bidirectional autonomic response to solar activity increments. Geomagnetic storms and magnetic disturbances linked to solar activity have been shown to reduce heart rate variability and increase risk for arrhythmias and cardiovascular events, which underscore the clinical importance of solar heart synchronization effects, right? So again, we go into more detail in this book, Yahweh is Aten, right? Because there's science behind the theology. That's always one of the foundational pieces that we're trying to communicate, right? So beyond, the surface level, in many cases, ignorant competition of God concepts is science. And that's the difference between the people that don't know and the people that do know, or the inner and the outer, or the initiated versus the non-initiated, or what we would call the priesthood from the common folks, right? Your adepts versus, you know, your novice, right? The adepts would know, right? But they would use what they know in secret in many instances to mystify the people, and right? But they have predictive power when they understand, oh, okay, this type of activity is usually going to increase this type of activity or reduce this type of activity. And that's going to affect crops. That's going to affect people's health. That's going to affect how people deal with one another, right? All of these different things. So even in the Bible, where you have somebody able to predict to the Pharaoh, like, yo, I'm going to tell you like a player told me. You might want to, you know what I'm saying? You know, I think this might be getting ready to happen. That's a part of understanding the energy system, because we live in a fluctuating energy system and we're a part of that fluctuating energy system. That's what it means to be alive, is to connect, is to plug in. That's why we never went with the phrase or the verbiage associated with earthing. Scientifically, it didn't make sense, right? So we use the phrase plugging in, right? Or screwing in or plugging in, right? Because we understand that we're tapping into a power source that we have been purposely disconnected from. And not only physically disconnected from, in terms of having rubber at the bottom of our shoes, but mentally disconnected from by not educating the people on their connection with nature, thanks to the early church fathers. And then also biologically, you know, just by, you know, and I kind of get it. You know what I'm saying? People getting stabbed, shot, falling on the ground, busting their head. You need a place. Right? You need a place. So we get a hospital before we learn anything really about the body. You know, we do know that if you fall down and bust your head, you kind of need somebody to patch up. So we got a patch up spot. You know what I'm saying? And the patch up spot, you know, begins to function adjacent to the church, to the point where the arrogance gets so crazy to where doctors have this God complex. Right. So I don't know how long y'all been with us, but that was one of the first big curriculums that we put out, was called the God complex. And that was a primary reason of us putting that curriculum together, or naming the curriculum the God complex anyway, because a lot of doctors deal with that. That is an intrinsic part of becoming a doctor, is having a God complex. The standing waves is in the building. Listen, the standing waves. I deleted that because you put the SHIT. You can't put the whole cuss word in the chat. But the standing waves is in the building. Trust me. The standing waves is in the building. The traveling waves is in the building. Right? But then you have magnetism. And so the relationship, this is where magnetism becomes important, because remember, and we're going to talk about it more and more and more, right? Because it's confusing. It's confusing for some people, and for the people that understand it, it's difficult to internalize that when you're talking about electricity and magnetism and even light, right? You get this word, And it's going to become thrown around more and more and more over the next 10 to 20 years. You're going to hear more and more people using the word field, right? Oh, it's a field. You know, it's a field and blah, 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 blah. And field is not really accurate. Field is not really accurate. It's just a close approximation. The same way when you hear somebody explain an atom and they say, well, an atom is 99% empty space, right? I used to say that, but it's not correct. It's just like somebody saying we burn fat. We don't burn fat, right? That's not a real thing. That's fake, right? That's fake. We don't burn fat. We create electricity, right? So when we're talking about fields, right? So first things first, when we talk about an atom and we say an atom is 99% empty space, it's not. That is a field. So the empty space is not empty space. It's full of something. It's full of something. The problem is, right? Again, we got to juggle a lot of things and put it together, right? Remember, 1765, we get medical school. We don't learn about pigment until 200 years later. So we're still understanding pigment. And at the same time, as we're trying to learn pigment globally, we still have like hotspots of institutionalized racism that you have to wrestle with. And the funny thing is, February, for the last, I want to say the last 10, 20 years, February has been less about Black history and more about institutionalized racism. And as we go on, it becomes more and more about institutionalized racism than Black history. Because nobody really needs a Black History Month. There's no such as real thing as that. But during February, you get to kind of wrestle with some concepts. You know what I'm saying? And you have to start reworking a lot of different things that have been taught. So, you know, it's good to talk about Christopher Columbus, right? Christopher Columbus becomes a great example, right? That you can use as a teaching tool in a lot of different spaces. Because Christopher Columbus is not a person. Well, he is a person, but Christopher Columbus represents a culture and a process. A culture and a process, right? That was going on and on and on and on. He's just one person of many instances, right? So he discovered America. And you're like, hold on, how you discover somewhere where people's already at? Well, it's the same way Alexander what's his name? Volta, he gets credit for inventing electricity when they already had electricity. Or, you know, what's the guy named Boole gets credit for creating binary logic when we already had binary logic and mathematics thousands of years before he was born. They wasn't even counting yet in Europe at all when we was already using binary systems in North Africa, right? So the Columbus concept of discovering something that somebody was already, that also applies to intellectual property, not just real estate, right? So February gets to be one of those places where you get to kind of walk through some things and have some tough conversation. You know what I'm saying? And it's expected. You could do that all year long, but, you know, it's expected in February. You know what I'm saying? So you just got to watch out, because you don't want to say nothing at school or at work that's going to make you a permanent op. Because in school, you got to be cool with your teacher. Your teacher doesn't have to, you know, your teacher has to give you a certain grade, but that's always with rounding up or rounding down. If your teacher like you, your grades will always be rounded up. If your teacher don't like you, it's always going to be rounded down. So you might earn a B and get a C plus, B minus, right? Or you could earn a B and get a B plus or A minus, depending on how much the teacher like you, right? Same thing at work, right? You be late at work 3 times, you wrote up, you fired. Zoop! Because the boss don't like you. Somebody else, they come to work 3 times a week late. They never get wrote up. Right? So just be careful with your conversation. Right? That's why they say keep religion and politics away from your job. Right? But if you're in school, your school is your job. So you got to be mindful. Even if they ask you to talk about it, you still might have to be like, you can't handle the truth. Right? And be careful with your children because they might not understand what we talk about in the house. Don't you write that down on them test papers in there. Don't you write that down on them test papers. All right. So anyway, Kemet. Ray, since you asked, Ray represents the traveling wave. Right? Ray represents the traveling wave. So Ray is always interacting with the other gods. Right? Ray represents the traveling wave. Right? And so when we have the solar bark, Ray is traveling throughout the magnetosphere and the upper layers of the atmosphere. Right? Ray is interacting via the jet streams and the atmospheric rivers. Right? Now, a PEP represents the chaos and the turbulence in this system. Now, something that's interesting, which adds more science to it, or more of a scientific tone to it, is that they were able to recognize something that's a nuanced detail back in Kemet. Now, again, I don't know how they did it. You figure it out. I don't know how, but they did, right? Because Ray was battling a PEP every night. That's very significant, is that it's the 12 hours of the nighttime that Ray is battling the PEP. Because on the dark side of the planet is where the jet streams and the atmospheric rivers are always more chaotic. They're always more chaotic on the dark side of the planet, right? That's the nighttime, right? As the planet is doing its rotation thing, right? When Heru is gone, right? When the sun is gone, Set and a PEP are doing their thing. That's just how it is, right? And so this is documented in terms of the oceanic department with NASA and blah, 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 the people that pay attention to what's happening in the weather systems, what's happening in the clouds and the ionosphere and the troposphere and the magnetosphere and all that. They know that the sun has not only an influence in terms of energy distribution, but energy regulation, because when the sun's not there, right? When the cat's away, the mice will play, right? So the Kemetic texts describe the fish trap as nets, snares, enclosures, right? Which obviously brings Neith into the picture, right? For a few reasons, right? Because she weaves the thread, she weaves the nets. And then she's also associated with these arrows, which is what the system is that we have, right? Catching these particles that's being shot at the planet, all right, or shot out in space, indiscriminately, depending on how you view it, right? Catching them and then funneling them. So the same way we would catch prey and then take it back and, you know, share it or eat, you know, hunter style, right? Neith is seen as a hunter in some aspects, a warrior, even though Neith is symbolized as a woman, right? So this is why solar activity matters without necessarily being seen as the direct cause of a storm. When Ray is turbulent, the load on the fish trap increases, right? The magnetosphere, right? And those energy leaks bubble over. And so you get, every so often, you get what's called the perfect storm. January 18th, we get solar radiation. January 19th, we get solar flares. January 20th, we get polar vortex storms, right? Those almost never happen at that intensity together. Almost never, right? Almost never, because technically they're supposed to only happen, like for instance, when we look at the flares, it's only supposed to happen 3 times a decade. 3 times a decade just for the flares alone. So you're talking about, I don't know, somewhere around 3,000 days, right? 3,000 days. So once every 1,000 days, you're supposed to get an intense solar flare. Once every 1,000 days, right? Interesting that one of our days is supposed to be 1,000 days anyway. But once every 1,000 days, so it's 999 other days for us to get polar vortex, you know, massive storms or whatever the case may be, right? So these are the things that are actually going on, and John Q. Public is being told, oh, well, you know, the CO2 emissions is causing the ozone. Yeah, because the CO2 emissions is causing the ozone. And so the ozone is leaking. It's a hole in the ozone. Yo, y'all got to watch these children's movies. I'm telling you. Because the Wizard of Oz movie was crazy. It had the green person, the green lady, which is the black lady, you know what I'm saying? And she was the magical one representing Asar, the green one. And then you had the fake wizard, which represents like modern scientist technology, trying to fake like they in control of. Yeah, I watch these things sometimes. So anyway, when Ray is turbulent, the load on the fish traps increase. The magnetosphere tries to compress this energy, but you get leaks and overflows. Power grids experience geomagnetic extra energy. You see, you get the volcanoes exploding, right? Kemetic theology tracked this and taught in narratives, right? Everything, story time, right? Story time. You got Ray flowing, And then you got a PEP, resisting organization, right? Because when you're dealing with these forces, that's what the fundamental argument is when you get into science anyway. That's why you have creationists and evolutionists, right? You have the God people who are really talking about the ability of force to self-organize. Intrinsic intelligence in energy. Energy is intrinsic intelligence. And then you have the evolution people, which are saying, no, there's no such thing as intelligence outside of us. We're the smartest things around. There's no intelligence in energy. There's no intelligent force outside of the earth. Right? And on both sides, you have some ignorant, ridiculous people, but then you have some people who are kind of, you know, and it's hard if you look at the true evidence of what's going on to not, because science tells you that energy self-organizes. So a PEP is the resistance to that self-organization, right? So a PEP is a combination of resistance and entropy at the same time, right? Now, if you go into the coffin text, you have the Het Abti or Abtet, right? That is the house of the net. The house of the net, right? So we have the magnetosphere. You also have house of the net. You have fish traps array. You have house of the net, right? So you actually had a very complex understanding. But again, I think the reason why we haven't, and who knows, I'm probably making a bunch of errors, but that's beautiful because maybe somebody will come along and correct some of the errors, but we have these things. And I think that one of the big problems that I always highlight, you know, is glaring here, is that what we have had for so long as Kemetic scholars is really just people studying the Medu Neter, just studying the language. They weren't studying the medicine from Kemet. They weren't studying the surgeries from Kemet. They weren't studying the math from Kemet. They wasn't studying the logic from Kemet. They weren't studying the geometry from Kemet. They weren't studying the meteorology from Kemet. They weren't studying the you know what I'm saying? Like so many different sciences they had, you know, in order to say you're a scholar of a whole entire culture, you have to be familiar with all of those things, not just one aspect, all, right? You can't say you're an American scholar and you don't know who Abraham Lincoln is, or you don't know what an apple pie is, you know, symbolizes to the country, or you never heard of, you know, Bruce Springsteen or Elvis or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Tupac, you know what I'm saying? Like certain things that are important to the American culture, whether it's Martin Luther King or, you know, JFK. This is a part, all of these are different facets of American culture, right? Silicon Valley, the history of Silicon Valley being radar or microwave valley, right? You need to know that, microwave valley, right? You need to know, like when you look at today, they just had a massive recall and class action lawsuit. I don't want to get this wrong. I forgot what kind of birth control it is. There's one of the birth controls. They had a whole big thing. You know, after all these years, they saying that it's, you know, they admitting that it causes whatever problems in women and babies and all of this, whatever. Right? Now, again, the whole purpose of understanding these systems is to predict cycles, pattern recognition, right? And so when you study history, it helps you. Now, you don't necessarily need the history. You don't need the history, but the history sharpens up your ability to create predictive models. Meaning, if you understand the human body and how the human body is supposed to be in sync with nature, you can predict. Anytime you go outside that, there's a chance that you will create a problem. You can leave that right there. Then you can go a little further and go, different parts of the human body has different purposes. And so they're supposed to be used like this. If you go outside of that, you can have some problems. So predictive modeling. Oh, people have created a culture where typically the human reproductive system is not used to reproduce. We have created a whole thing, right, which is sex just for the hell of it. Just for enjoyment, almost like a drug. And it's become a part of the culture where sex sells soda, toys, clothes, everything, right? You're just starting to put booties everywhere now. But for a long time, breasts was everywhere, right? You selling a car, you put breast on it. You selling a car wash, you put breast on it. You selling chicken, you just get the breast model to hold the chicken up to the screen. Purdue chicken, it's amazing, right? Now it's booties is everywhere, right? So you're getting side profiles, so you can get a little everything, right? Get a little thigh with your breast. Yeah. So because of that, though, we start using things outside of their purpose. We can predictive modeling. Okay, something's probably going to go wrong because this is not how the body's designed, right? So you have a hormone cascade and a whole different that's supposed to go along with this, right? And so the more recreational sex, the potentially more problems you get. Not exactly, but more. And not necessarily STDs, but just long-term hormonal stuff, right? And then we get birth control. And birth control is marketed as a tool to help people have recreational sex. But, so in the short term, if you understand pattern, we go, oh yeah, that's probably not going to be that good in the long term. I don't know a lot about that, but I don't know. I don't know if I want to. I don't know. It could be a little crazy. Then if you get the history will add more information, right? You learn about Margaret Sanger laying the foundation for the Nazis, forced sterilization. So this birth control wasn't even created. It was marketed to help you have recreational sex, but it wasn't created for that purpose. It was created to sterilize populations or to slow down the reproduction of unwanted groups of people, right? So then when you think of that, you go, oh, wait a minute. So yeah, so it's a no-brainer that I probably shouldn't have used something that was created to sterilize me. I mean, not if I don't want to be sterilized. Just saying. If you want to keep that thing working, right? And some people might say, oh, well, I already had my 2 children. I don't want no more babies. Or I already had my 8, 10, 12, 1 child, 3 children, whatever. Forgetting, or maybe they never knew because they never learned that your reproductive system is not only for you to reproduce like in kind. Your reproductive system is for you every single day. because you got to replace all the cells in your body. So it's not just for you to make another human, it's for you to constantly remake yourself. So the healthier your reproductive system is, the healthier your production of new cells is every day. Every day you have to make billions and trillions of new cells. That's your reproductive system's work, right? So you don't want to mess with that, right? You don't want to mess with that, right? If you don't want babies, stop having sex, right? Just saying. Like, nah, we ain't getting ready to do that. We ain't getting ready to do that. Well, get you some condoms. Get you some condoms. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, pattern recognition, right? So we had the het abtit or abtet, right? Which is the house of the net, right? And this is an intermediate enclosure in the operational zone that, whereas the duat would be outside of the planet or the outer part of the magnetosphere, this would be the zone between the magnetosphere and the ionosphere, right at the foundation of what we call our atmosphere, right? So it might even be better to find a picture of it real quick. Okay, this looks good. Let's see what we can do with this. Boom. Right, so now here you can see different layers and levels and how they come together, right? So this outer layer here that's facing the sun is called the bow shock. This is going to absorb the brunt, right? Then you have the pause, right? The pause is the outer layer, but it's not directly facing the sun, right? The sun is coming from this direction. Now here, in between the bow shock and the magnetopause is where you have this corridor, this pathway down to what becomes our aurora borealis, where we can actually see the charged particles coming into the atmosphere before they're filtered around the globe, right? But these are all different layers, and then you can even go deeper into the detail of the different layers, right? And then you have, we can zoom in. Let's see how this one looks. Verify I'm human. Deal with these cookies. Nope. All that just for this picture. And still can't get the picture. They trolling. Wow. I done accepted some cookies. Oh, here you go. Perfect. It's not that clear though. Yeah, see, this begins to become madness. This gets to becoming madness here, right? This definitely gets to becoming madness, right? But this is that pathway to the polar cusp where you see energy coming in, and then you see one arrow here where energy is coming in, and then you see another arrow where energy is coming out, right? You see another arrow here where ions can escape, right? So it is a sharing that's happening where we're getting energy coming in, we're getting water to come in, but we're also leaking energy and water back out into the surrounding space, back out into the magnetosphere, right? So this is that pocket, though, of heavy activity where the magnetosphere operates with the ionosphere, right? So in the coffin text, if you go to coffin text 474, coffin text 343, 344, these describe or talk about this iron, right? It talks about the house of Net. It talks about the duat. It talks about the fish traps array, right? But we don't really get this in our conversation. We don't get much conversation about the Ba and Pet, right? But it's important. And we're going to get to one of the reasons why it's important, especially for ritual, religious ritual. Magnetism is the missing variable in theological readings. A net made of iron is not valuable for its strength alone. It's valuable because it interacts with moving, charged entities, right? So I know this is a lot at once for some people. Some people they're catching everything. Some people is getting kind of lost. It's okay. That just means you probably don't have, see, that's how you get exposed to yourself. You're getting exposed by yourself to yourself. If you're at home and you don't have the books, you know you don't have the books. That's why you don't know what we're talking about. Or you might have a few books, but you haven't taken the time to read those books, right? We know you're not reading the books. That's why you don't know what we're talking about, right? Because I only have a small amount of time to really go through this information. Like we did 7 hours the other day, and we probably did 2 chapters of the book, right? We did a small percentage of the book, right? And who knows how many hours we'll put in today. You know, so far we're about 2.5 hours in, right? And we haven't even went through a chapter yet. This is a few pages of the book, right? We went through about 5 or 6 pages of the book in 2.5 hours. So to get more of the understanding, you have to get the book and you have to go through it and you have to talk it through with your people. Talk it through with your son and your daughter. Talk it through with your husband and your wife. Talk it through with your people at work. Because as you talk through the information, they're going to push back on you and say, nah, that's not true because of this. And then you like, hold up, well, let's pull up that. And then you might be wrong and they might be right or they might be. But either way, as you have the discussions on information, it becomes more familiar to you. The vocabulary becomes more familiar, right? And that's how you get deeper into the information. Look at this guy trolling. I need a book voucher. Man. Trolling. If y'all don't know, this is Tanai, the science guy, and you will find out who he is when y'all go to the Medicine YouTube page and subscribe like I told y'all to do earlier. Go over there and subscribe. This is one of our local geniuses who I got to bring him back over here, though, so we can have more conversations over here. Yeah. Because we don't get the full gravity of his genius on Tuesday nights because he spends most of the whole Tuesday night trolling me. But you get the books, you're able to, you know, take your time and go through it. Because no matter how much time I put into it here, it's not going to be the same. Right? So, again, just going, bringing it full circle, an atom being 99% empty is not accurate. That emptiness is fields, right? And fields are empty only up until the point where we figure out a way to interact with them and infer their presence, right? Because we're limited to understanding these invisible, untangible fields to our pigment. Our pigment is what allows us to interact with them at all. Our pigment system gives us our senses, but our senses are very small, very small. So these fields are very real and they are made of stuff. It's just not necessarily stuff that under normal circumstances we can see, feel, or touch. We can't always see, feel, or touch these things, but they're there. They're there, and they're very tangible. You can say, oh, yeah, electricity, and then you get, then you, oh, yeah, no, electricity is real. Somebody tase you, or you put your finger in the socket or something, you'll find out how real electricity is in a minute, right? Or we plug a lamp into, right? We plug a system, right? We have a system of magnets and a system of copper, right? That's generating electricity, right? And then we have that available. People take it for granted that you could just plug a wire in, right? But that's copper, right? And then that copper will channel that electricity, and then we can funnel that electricity through some crystals. We can funnel that through some crystal. We can funnel the invisible nothingness through some rocks, through some crystals, and transform that electricity into photons or into a different type of field activity, right? So it's a lot of no thing, and it's not necessarily nothing, but it's no thing because we can't necessarily put our finger on it, pun intended, right? You can't necessarily touch light. You know what I'm saying? You can't really necessarily touch it, but it's there, right? So that's the thing with these fields, right? And interestingly enough, that's where we get this whole concept with magical trees, because trees had a certain level of magical activity, right? That's where the root of magic comes from. And because historically they want to take away the science from Kemet, they had to turn a lot of the science into magic. But the same way there's no Western concept of death in Kemet, there's no Western concept of magic in Kemet. So anytime somebody's saying that they was doing magic in Kemet, that's really them being overtly or inadvertently disrespectful. because nobody in Kemet would say we're doing magic. What they would say is what we're saying in modern science. We're working with invisible fields. We're working with invisible fields, right? Action at a distance, right? When you have electricity, electricity pulls things to it. When you have magnetism, you have the same action on particular substances, though. They function on particular substances. They can create heat, they can generate light, but these are invisible things. Most light is invisible, right? Sound is invisible. You can't see sound traveling. You can't feel sound traveling unless you're close up on it, right? But it hits your ears because your ears are super sensitive, super sensitive to a very particular type of touch from acoustic or mechanical waves, right? So this is a bunch of nothingness. And that's what the magic was about back then. The unseen becoming and affecting the seen. And these things were relegated to divine activity. So there's really no such a thing as magic as much as there is words of power, because vibration and sound was a way that you could project into these fields and get some activity. So you can interact with these fields with sound. So sound becomes important. Sound becomes divine, right? And to the point where when you get to the Bible, that is the one way that you can talk to God, through music, right? Because it's your ability to project sound, and sound is how you can channel your thoughts, package your thoughts into the unseen to get an effect. Now, how efficient that is, another conversation, right? Anyway, magnetism is the missing variable in modern theology. A net made of iron is not valuable for its strength alone. It's valuable because it interacts with moving charged entities. In physical terms, charged particles do not move freely through a magnetic field. They spiral, they slow down, they divert, or they become trapped. That's exactly what the coffin text is describing happening to the hostile forces in the Duat. They are not destroyed, they are captured, bound, and rendered non-destructive. This is what your magnetosphere does. Jehudi's authority over the net becomes measurement, geometry, timing, sorting, right? That's field management. The magnetosphere functions via geometry. The bow shock, radiation belts, magnetic bottles that trap solar particles and redirect the energy into safe channels such as the aurora borealis. The Ba and Pet performs the same function in Kemetic descriptions. The correspondence is functional. The Duat itself is consistently described as a region of reversal, invisibility, and transformation rather than annihilation. This aligns with the behavior of the charged particles entering Earth's magnetic environment, right? So there's a very, very complex, layered understanding of meteorology in Kemet, right? Going back to coffin text 343 and 44, they're describing hostile forces being caught and weighed, right? Jehudi is present in these conversations because the system requires accounting, measurement, right? This is why our math book, right, Seshat, right? Seshat is Jehudai's wife, right? And that's why when you see we have the music videos has Jehudi in his baboon form, right? And then Seshat, right? Because the baboon form is how they spoke of the mental aspect. You know, it's not like, oh, they saying what Unk's saying. Oh, we came from monkeys because Jehudi is a baboon. I've heard that argument before. Kemet agrees with evolution because Jehudi is a monkey. He's a baboon, so we came from monkeys. Hold on. You can't use that. You can't use that. Because why we didn't come from falcons. Everyone was a falcon. We might as well say we came from falcons. Right? Or leopards, because anyway, the choice of iron in the text is decisive because iron meteorites were known back in the day. That's one of the problems that we have today, is that we think the stuff that we find in today, like when we find fossils, it was not possible for people to find these things 1,000, 5,000 years ago. Anything we have access to as a natural resource here, every group of people have had access to, whether it's a meteorite, a fossil, algae from the ocean, or whatever it is, right? It's been here. It's been here, right? It's been here. It's not possible to develop your society to a high space and not understand amber coming from a tree. Right. Now, maybe you may not know that amber comes from a tree. You might just find the rocks everywhere and believe that they're rocks or pretty brown crystals, right? But you will quickly learn that these rocks, these brown crystals, have a certain type of magic to it because they make electricity, right? That's one of the first earliest things that fascinated me. That's why I named my daughter Amber. I named her after Amber. Amber is how electricity was discovered, right? So that's where Amber gets her name from. You know what I'm saying? And she's fiery. She needed it. You know what I'm saying? She needed it, you know, and she still amazes me. You know what I'm saying? Because on one hand, I like to take all the credit that I can for fighting against the world. And, you know, when she in the hospital with, you know, broken neck and spine and all that, putting her back together. But, you know, that was God doing his thing. And, you know, me being a vessel for, you know, but that was also her. She had to have the internal strength to even, right? That was her. You know what I'm saying? And even though her mom fought me tooth and nail, me and her mom both contributed some of that genetic material for her to be able to be resilient and whoop, 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 whoop. So even her with her crazy stuff, she get a little tiny credit. She get like 2-3%. But a lot of credit I got to give to Amber. You know what I'm saying? Because that's her mindset. You know what I'm saying? She's a monster. You know what I'm saying? And she done went to one of the top, you know, research universities in the country. And while she was in school, had a baby. And still finished and didn't even blink. By herself. You know what I'm saying? Did her thing. You know what I'm saying? So she's a monster. You know what I'm saying? But I named her after Amber, after my fascination with electricity. Right? And so amber was used in Kemet. It was used in jewelry, used in talismans, right? It was used for that purpose, right? So yeah, they absolutely had iron from meteorites. They had lodestone, right? Which is magnetic rocks, right? So they understood these unseen forces from a multitude of different levels, right? This is why your priestly class is also your scientist. This is a group, right? That's another thing that's difficult with understanding Kemetic culture. The priests are the scientists. They are the doctors, the sunus, the mason, the builders. This is one group. To where today we have a lot of beef and conflict between the quote unquote scientists and your imams or your rabbis or your pastors or reverends or whatever, however you would classify your holy men today, right? They don't necessarily agree on things, but that's because of where the early church changed the dynamic of what spirituality is. And this is why, again, people was banned from reading the Bible, right? Not just slaves. People was banned from reading the Bible hundreds of years before the Dutch East India Company and American slavery and all that even popped off. Before they even invented the concept of white people and black people. That's an invented concept, right? That's a very much an invented concept, right? To maintain the caste system, right? It's very much now biology and pigment, real thing. But social class system, totally invented, right? So way before that comes along, you have people not able to read the Bible. And the reason is because the church was trying to colonize and do their thing. And they couldn't do their thing if people was reading the book. Because you can't tell people this mystical idea of spirituality if they can read the book and they find out, oh, spirit is breath. Spirituality is the process of breathing. Full stop. Full stop. The unseen force, going back to these fields and these unseen forces, the unseen force that animates your body, it's happening through the breath. It's not happening through the food. It's happening through the breath. The breath is more important than the food. All you got to do is decide that you're going to stop doing both and see which one kicks in first. Decide you're going to stop breathing and stop eating at the same time. And see which one your body can go without for a longer period of time. And you got all the science you need. You know which one is more important immediately. Right? You'll find out which one you can go without longer immediately. Right? So all of this is important for when we get back to our organized classes. This is all immediate information that you need to know in real time. So that way, when we go back to the anatomical studies, more specifically, it's going to hit way different. It's going to hit way different. You're going to look at a blood cell way different. You're going to look at a neuron, a nerve. You're going to start to feel like more spiritual yourself. Because when you really understand what's happening, each thought that you have, sometimes you will just look at your own body in amazement. That you got some microscopic little thing up here that's shooting electricity back here. And then that electricity is going down here. And then you got wires from there coming out. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Right? So this is why back then there was no separation. Again, the priest and all, this is a group because they're learning all these things together. All these things are being learned together, right? They're learning about these unseen forces, and some of them are stable. right? They don't move, right? So that's where you kind of get a field. That's where you start to originate the idea that later on gets formalized, and we use the word today, field, to describe it, right? A field is a force that's not really moving. A force is a field that's moving. Both of them is made out of nothing. Both of them is made out of nothing, right? But that's the whole concept of ancient magic, which today because we're in colonization time, so we want to make it seem like Western academia is more intelligent, powerful, et cetera, than the world that came before this one. So we have to denigrate the ancient worldview, right? Meanwhile, the modern worldview is not only built on the ancient worldview, it is the same worldview. We just have different terminology. But the invisible, unseen world is absolutely the cause, creator, and sustainer of the visible world. And that is the core of what's in the Kemetic Meterology, is understanding with specificity how the unseen world is filtered into the seen world, and how that cycles, how that pattern of energy becoming mass, and how that mass becoming matter, and then that matter going back to mass and then going back to energy, how those cycles have patterns. And being able to recognize those patterns and predict those patterns became the basis of our calendar. That's why we have seasons, right? That's the most basic level of being able to understand that pattern of energy becoming mass, becoming matter, and then matter becoming mass, becoming energy, right? We get seasons. And where do we get the seasons from? Well, the seasons come from, again, observing what? Our distance from the sun and the activity of the planet. So now we start to get into geometry, right? We start to get into geometry because we need to know the movement of the planet, because sometimes the sun is on us, and sometimes it's not. So we need the shape of the planet to calculate the movement. And then there's a larger cycle, right? As the planet is moving around the sun, right? So we got to infer the shape of the sun, even though we can see it. We got to infer the shape of the pathway we're taking, right? So we can get a calculation. And once we get these calculations, we got these numbers. Now we can start to put patterns together. The patterns is based on the numbers, right? So when you talk to a religious person, and I consider myself religious, but not a religious zealot, like a lot of these people, they would tell you that the knowledge of God is a bunch of mystical gobbledygook. And they'll reference stuff from the Bible, like, oh, you can't get into the knowledge of the world and the knowledge of man and blah, 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 blah. No. What those verses are talking about is what you have in the trivium and quadrivium. These is basic Masonic studies, right? Man science is all of the different versions of logic and rhetoric and grammar. Right? Man invented all those things. So all of your ologies, most of your ologies are all man invented, right? This is the reason why if you look it up, they would tell you science does not use proof. Only math has proof. Well, the reason only math has proof is because math is the science of God. That's the divine science. because math was already here before us. We didn't invent math, right? So everything associated with math would be considered divine. So that's where you have math, right? Music, astronomy, and geometry, right? Those are all different forms of math, or math expanded into different pockets and spaces, right? So anything in those spaces that has exacts, quantities, qualities, and numbers, that's considered a divine. Anything that is like, it could be correct now, and in 10 years we realize, oh, we didn't know what we were talking about, that's man's. But math and geometry, those things are the math and the geometry that was accurate in 5,000 whatever, 3,000 BC, or whatever the case may be, is correct today still. That's where you get universal constants. You don't have scientific constants. You have scientific maxims, but those are subject to interpretation and change over time. But a universal constant, those don't change. And if they do change, that means they were proven to be inaccurate, right? All right. Anyway, that's the role Jehudi plays in the system when you have Jehudi being brought into these texts. Jehudi is bringing in, and his wife, they're bringing in math and rhythm and geometry and accounting and measurement and exactitude and being able to quantify and qualify certain aspects of these forces, right? All right. So when solar activity increases, the magnetosphere is compressed, energy penetrates deeper into the system, the net is pulled tighter, the hostile forces wrestle, they testing the integrity of the net. Like if you get captured, you're going to be trying to wriggle your way out, right? So this is why you have Jehudi invoked in these moments of cosmic imbalance, right? To identify, to measure, to calibrate, to add in order, to bring in wisdom, right? Because once you have order, you have organization, right? You have ma'at again. You can't have ma'at without order, organization. But order and organization implies wisdom and knowledge and information, right? So that's where Jehudi comes in and Seshat comes in, right? The iron net of the duat is a magnetic structure. Jehudi is its regulator. Ray provides input. A pep represents turbulent excess, chaos, right? The net determines whether excess becomes light in the sky or catastrophe on the ground, right? That excess energy in the magnetosphere in a couple of days, couple of weeks, or a couple of months, that can become your snowstorm. That could become your tornado, right? So we get tornadoes in certain places, right? This is all coming from this same solar activity and geomagnetic activity. This is how you get your tornado. This is how you get your, what's the big one? The tsunami. This is how you get your tsunami. Right? So again, we're putting the science back into the theology. This is how theology is really originally supposed to have been taught and understood, right? So we have a couple of actual texts. We have a couple actual texts. Right? We got the pyramid text 509, coffin text 667, right? The ramparts of Shu. The ramparts of Shu are named as protective boundaries upheld by Shu, right? Protective boundaries upheld by Shu. This is important because even in the Bible, you get the four corners of the wind, right? The four corners of the wind, or the four corners of the world held up by the wind, or something to that effect. You know what I'm talking about. You look it up, right? But this is not air in a casual sense. This is electrically charged air, maintaining the spacing in the different gradients of the atmosphere. That's where Shu becomes ultimately important, right? Ramparts are not walls on the ground. These are invisible, like the fields and the forces. These are invisible, right? These are invisible, but they are there, right? It's fortification, right? Able to hold weight. Able to hold weight. That was one of the craziest things when I was a kid learning, right? Let me make sure I get this right before I say the wrong thing. Because when I learned how heavy these clouds was, that was crazy for me. That sent my mind into a frenzy. I was like, wait, what? How heavy is the average cloud? Okay, boom. Craziness. Craziness. As a kid, I could not wrap my mind around that. Because we used to lay on the ground and look up at the sky, at the clouds, right? And to think, I couldn't conceptualize the fact that one elephant could be held up in the sky, let alone the fact that each cloud could weigh anywhere from 100 to 300 elephants. 100 to 300 elephants per cloud. Per cloud floating in the sky. That was crazy for me. That was crazy for me as a kid trying to figure that out. Like, how is that possible? Right? Much later, you know, going into higher levels of schooling, obviously, and just getting deeper into the reading, you start to figuring out. Right. You start to figuring out there's no such thing as no thing. Right. But then you realize when you break the word nothing into no thing, that no thing is a thing. No thing is a thing. And that's what the description of a field is. Like, it's something that's just outside of my senses. It's outside of my senses to be able to describe it as like something I could pick up and grab. This is a thing. A field is no thing. But this thing is made out of a bunch of no things. Right? It's like a zillion atoms that make up this. And of the zillion atoms, each one of those atoms is made up of a bunch of different electrons and protons and neutrons, which are no things. They're just little field-based standing waves, right? Standing waves, right? Or forces generated by standing waves.
In the beginning was the wave.
Resonate, resonate, see what I'm saying, levitate, resonate, resonate. Nah, I mean I'm trying to elevate. Resonate, resonate, words can't describe or articulate. Resonate, resonate. Oh, feel me, celebrate. When they was partying and they was drinking, the gospel of music had me right and thinking. Music is sounds, but it's also written words. Lego notes, fifths, halves, quarters, thirds. The periodic table of atoms. The language of the gods and wave patterns. The periodic table of atoms, E equals MC squared. The musical wave patterns, the facts are late. Synapse engaged, perhaps a slave. Collapse away. The heart detonate, the tongue generate. The stone demonstrate, the mind meditate. Honestly, honor me for escaping poverty, turning lemons to lemonade, noise into harmony. Awfully, God is the music of my artery, the heart of me. The beat is the best part of me. God is the way. God is the music. God is the music. Without it, I might lose it. God is the way. God is the music. Without God, I might lose it. I might lose it. Resonate, resonate. See what I'm saying? I mean I'm trying to elevate. Resonate, resonate. Words can't describe or articulate. Resonate. Feel me, celebrate. My thoughts don't make sounds, but I can still hear them. Periodic table waves to the inky theorem. You never seen God, but you fear him. My thoughts don't make sounds, but I can still hear them. My thoughts don't make sounds, but I can still hear them. I don't know, understand the love words, but I feel them. My heart wild, my heart savage. That's why it's so easy to love bad habits. They block pain like you're in the eye of the storm. The spell of the paper that it's on. Nothing is what it seems. $1 in a dream. You in the eye of the storm. The spell of the paper that it's on. Nothing is what it seems. $1 in a dream. Yeah. Pressure in the sky, feel it in my chest. Clouds roll heavy, heart don't rest. Static in the air, riff before the sound. Every system waits when the silence comes around. You in the eye of the storm. The spell of the paper that is on. Nothing is what it seems. $1 and a dream. Not a weapon, not a throne. Just time and card and flesh and bone. You don't command it, you align. It's the rhythm, lose a sign. Spill of the paper that is on. Nothing is what it seems. $1 and a dream. Energy don't beg, it moves when it's allowed. You don't scream, it gathers in the cloud. Nothing down, rooting around. Swarm comes in, storm goes out. Nothing down, rooting around. That's the rhythm, hear the sound. I'm the rhythm of the storm, not the strife. I'm the pause, I'm the pulse, I'm the night. Charge builds up, then it breaks, then it's gone. It's the law, everything lives on. I don't rule with force or flame. I reset the field, I call the rain. If you wanna know my name, listen close, it's timing. Buckets, ride, body hit, fall. Same old wave inside it all. Hold too tight, everything stalls. Let it flow, you'll lose it all. You in the eye of the storm. The spell of the paper that it's on. Nothing is what it seems. $1 ain't a dream. Heart don't compete, conduct, it no clean.
What system I corrupt, still release. Can let it clear. Every breath is a new frontier. You in the eye of the storm. Style of the paper that is on. Nothing is what it seems. Don't go dark, flowers bloom. Heartbeats of thundertone. Don't go dark, flowers bloom. What's in the bloom? I'm the rhythm of the storm. Feel it now in your lungs, in the crowd, in the heart, in the wire, in the song. That's the code you've on. No domination, no power. The circulation breaking down. If you ever felt reborn, you already meant the storm. Stone go dark, flowers bloom. Heartbeats of thundertone. Stone go dark, flowers bloom. Until the bloom. In the eye of the storm, the spell of the paper that is on. This is what I see. $1 and a dream. You in the eye of the storm, the spell of the paper that is on. Nothing is what it seems. $1 and a in the eye of the storm, the spell of the paper that is on. Nothing is what it seems. In the eye of the storm, the spell of the paper that is on. Nothing is what it seems. $1 and a dream. You in the eye of the storm. The spell of the paper that is on. Nothing is what it seems. You in the eye of the storm. The spell of the paper that is on. In the Lord has no line, oh, know that I am numbered, and we give thanks and praise to the Most High God for the divine spark that set our cells into perpetual motion. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. We give thanks for your ability to drink clean water every 60 minutes, flooding the river of life. We give thanks that sugar has not covered our ferry and turn them into stone. We give thanks that darkness has not covered the riverbanks with calcium and turn them into stone. We give thanks that anger and fear have not turned our almonds bitter, turning our heart to stone. We give thanks for smooth sailing upstream through the valley of death, through the superior vena cava into the right atrium. We give thanks for smooth sailing around the heart through the corona crown, joining the vortex in the right atrium. Yeah. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh.T. We give thanks for the mechanic predictors when the mouth of the Kodesh.T closes. We give thanks to the ray wave reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opening a pathway to the vineyard. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the lunar gate to the vineyard closes. We give thanks to the Most High God that provides the light in our breath and the light in our breath. We give thanks for the finned olfactory system that makes our grapes ripe with light. We give thanks for the jet pillar that provides us with a stable fleet of ferry boats to dock in our vineyard. We give thanks for smooth sailing through the pulmonary vein into the storm of the left atrium. We give thanks for the perfect black solar repeater that induces the primary electromagnetic wave, opening the mouth of the Kodesh.T. We give thanks for the mechanical wave produced when the mouth of the Kodesh.T closes. We give thanks to the ray wave reflecting on the semi-lunar valves, opens a pathway into the holy royal arch of the Waceptra. We give thanks for the magnetism of the Most Holy, the magnetism that repels and attracts the ferry boats of light 60,000 miles every 60 seconds throughout our vessels and caves. Amen.
All right, now you get to the you get to chapter 64. You get to chapter 64, which is my favorite, right? It is not that version. I need my book. At the bottom of the stack. Chapter 64 is in this book. It's a very important chapter, right? Chapter 64 is so important I was going to say go to page 129 in this book, but no, 129, we're talking about chapter 64. That's not. Hold on. Okay, I think it's page 305. Yep, it's page 305. But if you have this book, you can open this book to page 305. Right? This is affectionately known as the GOAT book. Le GOAT. This is Le GOAT's book. Yeah, we got that prayer out the way. We got that prayer out the way. Right? We got that prayer out the way. Right? So if you have this, you can open this up to page 305. And I'll read you some of this. It says, he says, utterance for coming forth in the day in the God's realm by Dr. Inky. All right. Utterance for coming forth in the light in God's realm by Dr. Inky. Now, in the book, it's blank, so you could put your name in there. Right? It's blank, so you can put your name in there. Right? And I still use this prayer. Right? It's powerful, but I'm reading it here or going through some of it. Remember, it's just a rough translation, but it's not my rough translation. It's a rough translation. But I want you to get the idea as we're going through the Kemetic Meterology of how they viewed this science, right? Utterance for coming forth in the light, right? So even the Book of the Dead, right? Per M. Heru, that has multiple translations, right? So it's coming forth by day, coming forth in day, or coming forth in light, right? For me, I respect the coming forth by day translation, but I feel like more accurately, once you get the whole perspective, it's coming forth in light, right? Because it's talking about that process of the unseen becoming seen, right? What modern science recognizes E equals MC squared for, right? E equals MC squared is coming forth by day, right? Much simplified version. because you got a whole compendium of text, right? But that's what that book is talking about. How the unseen becomes the seen and then becomes the unseen again. So energy becomes mass, becomes matter, which then becomes mass and then becomes energy again, right? Utterance for Coming Forth in the Day in God's Realm by Dr. Inky. He says, I am yesterday, today, and tomorrow, stranger to his birth in time. Another, the secret Ba soul who made the gods and gives offering for the duat west of the sky. Right? So again, remember, Ba and Pet is talking about, right, magnetism. So when I say this is where I'm first getting my concepts of the Ba or the soul and the spirit being related to magnetism, is from these texts. Steering oar of the east, Lord of two faces whose rays are now seen, Lord who unites people coming forth at twilight, created forms of the house of mooring. So the mooring, the house of mooring, we're talking about the magnetosphere again, because the magnetosphere actually has physical iron that stabilizes it. Hail his two falcons, chief of their magistrates, court listeners of matters presented orally. You are the ones who lead the moored ones to their secret places. They draw Ra following in the place over the shrine. Chief over heaven above Lord of the shrine, standing as a rampart of the earth. Right? So now you get Ra and you get a hint, right? You get a hint that Shu, right? So you get Ra and then you get a hint about Shu, right? Chief over heaven above Lord of the shrine, standing as a rampart of the earth. Of it is I, it is, and vice versa. Behold, faience fashioned of Ptah over his minerals. O Ra, laugh, your heart is sweet with your good truth and righteousness of this day. He enters into Kemenu and come forth from the east. Worship the elders of renown. Make sweet for me your ways. Make wide for me your roads to ferry across the earth in the fashion of the sky above your sunlight upon me, O Ba soul of three. Behold, I draw near to the God, speak into the ears in the duat, no wrongdoing of my mother against me, rescue me, protect me, with his eyes shut in the evening and sees everything in the darkness. So this whole entire, and it's more, so you have the book. You can continue reading it yourself. But this whole chapter, right, and large parts, almost the whole book is dedicated to this process, right? Energy becoming mass, becoming matter, matter becoming mass, becoming energy. And mass is really energy getting dense, right? And breaking down this whole energy system. Now, the thing that directed me to the importance of chapter 64 in terms of the Pert M. Heru, or the Book of the Dead, is because the Masonic legend is that some of the higher degrees directly come from the Pert Heru. So when you get to, like, we know there are 3 degrees, first, second, and third. When you get to the 4th, 5th, 6th, and particularly the 7th degree, those come from the Pert Heru, right? Well, most specifically the 7th, but 4 through 6 are important for understanding the 7th, right? So anyway, that taps in, directly into this pattern of energy. And that's the concept that we're trying to get here. You yourself are a pattern of energy. The genetic codes that give rise to you and maintain you are patterns of energy. When we eat, we're taking matter, breaking it down through digestion, back to mass, and then finally we process it into energy in the mitochondria. So literally we perform that process in our body. That's digestion, metabolism, and cellular respiration, matter, mass, and energy, right? And then we take the parts that we use after we unlock that energy and we recycle those and build that back from energy, back into mass, back into matter, which is how we get non-essential amino acids and form the majority of our proteins, right? So not only are we a byproduct of this energy system, energy, mass, matter, matter, mass, energy, we perform that ritually through our part in the ecosystem. Yeah, you are what you eat. And more importantly, you are what you think, right? Because just as we have the tangible body, we also have the unseen or the spiritual body, right? So the physical body is what we eat, and the mental, emotional body becomes what we think and feel, right?
In the beginning was the wave.
Right? So this is, you can get the books, you can go down these rabbit holes on your own, right? That's why you want to provide the reference material so that way you can do your thing, right? That's just a little quick reference. I just pulled up something, right? I just pulled up something. But this term, circumvallation, is a military engineering term, right? And obviously, they did not use the word circumvallation in Kemet or Egypt, right? But it is the word that we have that most closely means the same thing from the Pert Heru, which is a continuous enclosure, right? And then that takes us back to the same space when we think of the 4 rivers, when we think of the enclosure, right? We've heard that story before, right? But that story comes out of the Pert Heru in Kemetic Meteorology, right? So it's not describing a roof or a dome. It's describing a enclosure that is crucial. So the circumvallation literally is describing the planetary scale boundary system that we call our atmosphere or our magnetosphere. That's literally in chapter 64, described in detail, right? The translation, however, uses the term circumvallation, but like I said, that's a military engineering term for enclosed self-building energy system, right? And why would we have that describing our atmosphere? Because that's what our atmosphere is. It is an enclosed self-building energy system. It's an enclosed self-building energy system that has very specific patterns. Very specific patterns. And we are not insignificant, but we're very small players in that pattern. But we can amass power that makes us feel like, or even seem like to other people, that we're huge, we're gods. Because we can tap into that and we can predict that. Once we learn it, we can harness it for different purposes. That's what it's there for. That's what we're here to do. We're here to build within the ever-changing energy structure, right? But you can't really do that unless you learn what it is, right? So this is what Ivy League kids may be learning at home that we're not getting. And one of the things that's funny is because it took Amber to go to a top research university. Research universities is the top level universities right under, well, right now they like neck and neck with Ivy League. It took for her to really go to this school and graduate and do her thing to circle back around like, yeah, Dad, you're getting busy. Dad, you're getting busy. And it's because it's when you get to these spaces that you realize you had some of this information already, right? Like we have Tanai, right? Tanai is running around, like we reference articles from the National Library of Medicine and NIH and all that. Tanai is running around with them folks. Tanai got articles in there. We could pull up Tanai's articles in the National Library of Medicine and the NIH and PubMed and all that, right? But he got inspired doing exactly what you're doing right now. Tanai was at home watching Dr. Inky. And then from watching Dr. Inky talking this talk that some people they may not know, like he do got them gold teeth in, I don't know, you know. Wearing them Gucci outfits and the gold teeth. I don't know how smart he is. And then he went, got inspired. PhD. He's at a whole nother level with it. Right? So there are pockets of people that are learning some of, all of this information in various forms. Whether they're getting it from academia, whether they're going back to the original texts, whether they're initiates somewhere in some secret system or something somewhere. This is all there is. There is not another thing. There is no other thing. It's your atmosphere. It's your atmosphere's ability to channel all of the cosmic forces into, it's 3:13. All right, we might have to take a break in a minute. I forgot I don't have Caleb is not home today. So Caleb helps me out. Yeah. He go get the little ones from the bus stop if I'm on the live stream. So I don't got to stop what I'm doing to go get them from the bus stop. Today is the first day of track. So they all went to try out for track. And I'm really not feeling that. Because it's like the school done took my children. You know what I'm saying? If your children are halfway decent children, you know what I'm saying? The school wants to keep them. They want them to participate in every program. I'm like, y'all need to stay home with daddy sometime. Yeah, we need to. But I know how to dog them. See, I'm going to just go get delicious snacks. And once this live stream is finished, I'm going to be them binge watch 2 or 3 shows purposely that they want to see. And I'm going to violate when they get back. That's how I'm going to do them. Be like, yeah, I already seen this. And I already seen, oh, yeah, you want to see that? Yeah. Let me tell you what happened. They be burnt. Totally violate them. Anyway, we got a few more minutes. So anyway, what emerges from the full sequence of texts of the text is a whole system consistent with the technical layout of all of our modern terms and descriptions, just in an ancient theological framework, right? So we get Ray, the primary source of ordered external energy. Why? Because again, remember, the aspect that Ray is of the sun is the traveling wave, right? So Ray is the traveling wave, right? So Ray is the sun, you know, manifesting as whatever, up against the magnetosphere, doing this thing. And then when it penetrates through the atmosphere, then you have the horizon, Heru, right? The daylight, right? The sun, the thing that's stimulating our vitamin D, right? That's Heru, right? That's Heru, right? So that's the solar radiation, electromagnetic flux, right? The bark of Ray represents controlled transport through a hostile, unstable medium, right? A PEP represents unregulated turbulence, right? This is just we're just kind of recapping, right? The fish traps of Ray introduce containment technology, right? The fish represents souls, hence the Jesus references, right? And also ancestors becoming active stars in the sky, right? So you have a source of continuous energy leaving and coming in, right? The duat functions as an intermediate processing domain for that energy coming in and out. Jehudi, wisdom, measurement, timing, accounting, right? Is that measurement. Then we have the iron from the magnetosphere, or the iron from space, right? From meteorites, as the Ba and Pet, right? The metal of heaven. And obviously, because it commands or exudes an invisible force that was considered to be divine. So you have early pretexts of iron being divine hundreds of years before there's a Bible, right? Which is important. You have the iron doors, blah, 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 blah. Boom, boom, boom. Then you have pyramid text 214, Coffin text 97. The ramparts a shoe. Da, 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 da. And then we get to Rosette Jowl, which is a specific, okay. So Rosette Jowl is a specific region in the Duat, right? It's a specific region in the Duat that has specific topographic and a functional aspects that, again, line up to right at the polar cusp, right at the polar cusp, right at the polar cusp, if you see that in there. Right here, right? Or maybe this one here, where you see this is the polar cusp right here, right? This will be representative of Rosette Jowl. Why? Because we have the description, right? So the first thing is described as being associated with a narrow, constricted passage, right? Translated sometimes as a mouth or a throat, right? A mouth or a throat, right? So this is a choke point, right? Movement through this space is dangerous and regulated, right? So this distinguishes it from the broader realm of Osiris, which is expansive. Rosette Jowl is repeatedly associated with Apophis or Apep, right? So you have chaos lurking in this region, right? You have chaos lurking in this region. So this is a transition corridor. It's not a destination. It's a transition corridor, right? This is where the solar bark passes through, right? For compression and resistance before emergence, right? It's very important to get these descriptions so we can get how the narrative, the theological narrative, lines up with the scientific description. Right? So when we hear Osiris, Wusir, Lord of Rosette Jowl, right? This is a part of the West. This is a part of the West, right? Because we have the Coriolis effect. So remember, from Kemet, the West is a different place in a different direction. And because of how the Nile flowed, we have some debate on what they thought was north and south and how they viewed the world, right? So again, I'm just saying that so be careful not to necessarily critique too hard with our modern view of things based on what they were thinking or how they describe things, right? But it's important because Rosette Jowl is upstream from Osiris's domain, right? It's the site of conflict and restraint. So this is the importance of Osiris being the Lord of Rosette Jowl. It indicates that Rosette Jowl is a gateway condition that you have to transverse for order to exist, right? The same thing with the Great Stairs, which is important because at the same time as we understand Isis and the throne, that throne could easily be stairs, That throne could easily be stairs. And it may be stairs, if you ask me. Right? Because, again, what all due respect to some of our Kemetic scholars, European Kemetic scholars of metal nature, etc., nobody's above, fault. And because the understanding and the science was so new, with the discovery just a couple hundred years ago of the Rosetta Stone, nobody is really, it's not done. We got a beginning understanding of the hieratic and the metal nature. It's not done. You had Pharaoh and Seti go off the deep end and say that nobody understands it. They were out of their minds, probably high, definitely high, right? Out of their minds. But within the over-exaggeration, there is some science or some actuality, because it's not complete. The unpacking of the Kemetic language and everything that it has, it's by no means complete. It is just getting tapped into. So in that regard, they were 1,000% correct. Oh man, glasses is broken. That's crazy. This is what happens, man. When kids start getting bigger, they start trying to get fresher. They want to wear stuff. Anyway, my bad. Yeah, I had to go to the school bus and get these babies out of there.
It's where time irrelevant. Investing in self-development. I'm trying to be my best self. Best me. In a space where time irrelevant. Investing in self-development. I got shadows that know my name. They get louder when I'm tired or afraid. But I'm more than a voice in my head. I don't answer everything you say, nah. Cut ties with the need to be right, and the rush of proving who's wrong. Ego starving every single night, but my spirit been eating strong, yeah. Feeding my higher frequencies, breathing deep. I'm achieving peace. I'm trying to be my best self. Best me. In a space where time irrelevant. Investing in self-development. I'm trying to be my best self. Best me. In a space where time irrelevant. Investing in self-development. Best self. It's best we. Time. Self-development. Best love. Bleach on the glass. Bleach on the glass. Blue glow on your face. I've been scrolling through ghosts, then you logged in my brain. I thought online was dead until you got in my head. So I keep my heart on mute. Now I'm typing what I never said. Online dating, offline waiting. Text you soon as I woke up. 3 dots had my hopes up. 3 dots had me wired up. We never conspired, never breathed the same air. Still I'm stuck in this chair in an online love affair. 3 3 dots, you got my whole world locked in a box. 3 dots, staring at the screen till the time shows you roll. Spooky action at a distance, you're my bird, my addiction. 3 dots, 3 dots. Every little blink hitting on my weak spot. Spooky action, are we twisted? Is it physics or religious? I love you like tea and biscuits. Little comfort in the glitches. Electron, proton, photon. Every ping got me so drawn. You say we hide on the late talk. Now my pulse in the inbox. We never met, still I'm breathless. Every message feels precious. Entangled with your existence. Heart buffering in the silence.
I'm tryna be my best self, best me. It's best we when we move and sync, that's peace. In a space where time don't even mean a thing. I've been investing in myself, watch my spirit sing. I'm tryna be my best self, best me. It's best we when we heal instead of compete. In a space where time can't tell us what we be. I've been investing in my growth, that's the realest thing in me, on me. I got shadows that don't mind it. They get louder when I'm tired or afraid. But I'm more than a voice in my brain. I don't answer everything that is AI. Cut ties with the need to be right. That rush of proving everybody wrong at night. Ego starving every single night. But my spirit been eating strong. Feeding on my higher frequency. Watching all this in the world make peace in me. Slow breath, feel the pressure, leave my chest. I've been fighting for my soul, now I'm fighting for my rest. I can feel your aura vibe. I can hear your aura vibe. I can see your aura. Sudden and tomorrow. Heaven is before us. Rigging the room, eyes closed, feeling the vibe is loud though. Game of life, one roll. Hold my breath, watch it unfold. Energy thick in the air, energy moving like prayer. Music is meth in my veins, counting the chances it change. Calculate place over plans, probabilities on your stance. Real pigment, real nerve conduction. Every smart twitch instruction. You walk, that's aura. You talk, that's aura. Yeah. You work, that's aura. Every time energy flip, that's aura. I can feel your aura vibe. I can hear your aura vibe. Yeah. I can see your aura. Sodom and Gomorrah. Heaven is before us. Before us. Before us. Before us. Reading the room, eyes closed, feeling the vibe is loud though. Game of life, one roll, hold my breath, watch it unfold. Energy thick in the air, Energy moving like prayer. Music is back on my veins. Counting the chances it change. Calculators from a glance. Probabilities all these stands. Real pigment, real nerve conduction. Every small twitch instruction. You walk that Sora. You talk that Sora. You work that Sora. Every time energy flip that Sora. Seeing folk flex fake halos. Load look off, that's payroll. I'll stay clear, change table. Same book, no fable. Energy speak for the name. Hey, shit cold, that's a flag, that's a game. Around my lane, off the muscle, silent weeds, quiet hustle. Avoid ups, keeps guarding up what I love more. Every move mark in the field, or don't lie, it reveal. Front row seats in the fold. Stone cold hearts turn sword on the wall. Heaven in reach if we notice. Every small shift in a focus. Energy is in the air. Energy is in the air. It's one more. Energy is in the air. It's one more 7 days before us. Before us. Before us. Before us. Before us. Energy is in the air. Energy is music there. Music in the air. It's swarmers. Heaven is before us. Before us.
Love is away. Love is away. Love is away.
Love is family. Family is love. Love is energy. Love is God above. It's the abs getting healthy. That's the way we act. True family is the abs. We gon' build that last. Whoa. Love is family. Family is love. Love is energy. Love is God above.
These recipes all look crazy.
Yeah, and I'm definitely grateful to collab with Ink. Like he's been, sort of like a silent mentor, kind of like, guiding me through a lot of these different processes, and me reaching out to him. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? So that's just a testament to a lot of information that I gathered from him and other people.
Lamar, don't take my word for it. Scholar, Society Baby, Dead Stop, Madman, Jeremiah. Thanks to the whole chat.
It's not just kitchen chemistry. You gotta add chemistry in the kitchen. And well cooking. Yeah.